I feel like I need to try Bevy out, because it is a well, because it uses ECS, right? I'm quite curious to see how that works in action. Because I mean, yesterday in yesterday's video, I tried implementing. Well, I started implementing ECS, right? But like according to Claude, it's a very basic ECS system. So, but like I mean, I kind of get the general gist, the general idea. Okay, sick. But yeah, I don't really understand everything about it, obviously. Or maybe I can like look at a guide. But I think the best way to do it would just be to look to try Brevy out. The Rust game engine. What is that? Because the Brevy engine is, first of all, I mean, I want to try it out anyway, just because it's a Rust based game engine. I think it might be interesting. Right now, I'm trying to make a game in SDL2 and C++, but I'm kind of dying from it. Because, well, I mean, mostly because SDL2 uses a C API, which kind of just causes all sorts of annoyances when you want to write high-level code in C++, but also C++ itself has many annoyances, so, yeah. So, yeah, I'll try Bevy at some point. Like, not right now, but at some point. But I was laying in bed last night, as I said I would, thinking about languages, as I said I would. That's what I meant by I said I would. And literally, I have one idea, which is true. TRU. And there's layers to this. I mean, not really. But first of all, let me check it's not actually taken, because that would kill me. I love how I just, completely just ignored the other things. You have True Lang, which is a chef, which is actually weirdly perfect. So that's actually crazy. Seriously? A Vietnamese chef? He's Vietnamese, or is he Chinese Vietnamese? Okay. Did not mean to open his Instagram, but fuck it. So okay, so first of all, true, right? Why true? Let me just, yeah. So first of all, it is, like true. The Boolean value, right? It rolls off the tongue, and that's not how you spell tongue. And is in True Sardi, as in Tonio True Sardi. Because it's like, I was thinking, like, what are things I like, what are things that, like, inspire me? And then my favorite character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is my favorite anime, potentially my favorite series, full stop, is Tonio Trusardi. And he, for those who are not aware, is an Italian chef who moves to Japan to cook food with his magic powers. His magic powers let him cook food that help people, right? Which is awesome. And he's also very cool. And he's also in a spin-off called Poaching Seashore, where he saves his girlfriend from, like, I think it was a type of cancer, by poaching abalones, which is a real food for those who don't know. Rather, it's a sea animal that can be turned into food, and there's also a live action version. So he's a favorite character, right? So I was thinking, okay, Sardi, but like Sardi doesn't really mean anything. So now I looked like, okay, true. I'm thinking, wait, true, like a true or false, right? So that's why I like it. But not only is it Boolean, but it's also like, it is the true lang, like the true language of sorts, which also kind of like lies in that perfectionism kind of thing. Also, as in the true language, the one, right? And then it's also funny that this guy, who's called True Lang, is literally a chef as well, because Tonio is also a chef. So now I'm even, now I feel like it's a sign, I cannot ignore this. So I want to call my language true because I can't think of any other name. Holy moly! Annie cooks amazing steak. So, what can I say? You know. I mean, is it steak? I mean, it's beef, right? So yeah, it'd be steak. Also, I lived in Vietnam, and I do like Vietnamese food, and I also like Chinese food. So, you know what? It's too good. It's too perfect. I mean, just look at that. Ugh. Now I'm hungry, bro. I'm actually hungry. Right. So I think we're going with true. So you know, Bailey and Kojo already discredited, and like I don't know what else I would name it. You know, like I don't know. There's also a TV show called True. Yeah, True in the Rainbow Kingdom, which my sister used to watch. So I have the theme song stuck in my head. It's true. What's it actually about? It's about a rainbow kingdom, yeah. And she uses her magical wishes to protect the citizens of her hometown, you know? So, sure. It's also named after the show, there you go. Because it can use magic to protect the programmers. Wait, chat. That's literally true. That's literally true. Also, as in true magical kingdom. Look, don't ask questions. And the Rainbow Kingdom, where True, the MC, protects people with her magical wishes, like how the True compiler protects programmers from their mistakes via promises, wishes to it, from the programmer to it. Guys! This is definitely just like reaching, but you know what? It's a name. It's a name. The language is called True. So therefore the file extension is of course also called True, .true, right? Which like it's pretty concise as well. Like it is actually concise. It's short. It's one syllable. What's a tongue? You know, what would you use? Oh, I use Rust. I use C. I use Python. I use True. I use Odin. I use Nim. I use Zig. You know, like True. Like it feels right. It feels good. It feels good. Okay, I have decided to name my programming language True. What connotations does this make you think of? Because I know the connotations, but what's like generally speaking, and this is why I asked AI. Generally speaking, what things would people generally associate with that word, right? Truth, true, yeah. Reliability, correctness, honesty, awesome, bro. Truncated, abbreviated. Oh, like it is truncated and abbreviated, right? Not like true, like as in truncated. Yeah, because a modern field. Go, Zig, Nim, True. True's and Boolean, of course. I actually was wondering as well, like with true Booleans, like this language. A big feature of this language that separates it from other ones is the is keyword. Something that maybe comes to C++, but it's the is keyword, right? And it's a Boolean, right? It returns true or false. I'm just saying. Trunk tree, faint phonetic echo. If you squint, okay. No, truffle and truck. Fuck. Yeah, verified and truth, right? Yeah. Also true, as in correct. And what's the word? Honest. That's right. Honesty and honest. Like it's perfect, guys. It's literally perfect. It's not perfect. Is it perfect? I think it's perfect. It's good enough. So we're gonna go with that for now. Yeah, you got Lua. You got True. I see the vision. You know. I see the vision. Why is Lua called Lua, actually? I didn't look into that, despite me stealing its highlighting. Lua Lang namesake. For the moon. Is there a sequel for the previous project named Soul? So you have Soul and Lua. That's kind of cool. But like that's like two languages, right? Of sorts. I mean, I don't know why it's called Soul. Like why they went with that, but Lua is Portuguese for moon and complements the Sol, sun, Lang. 1993? Is Lua that old? Bloody hell. There you go. Yeah. So true. Totally true Sardi, you know? It's perfect. Other characters I like in JoJo. Cars. Bruno Bucciarati. Well, Booch. Booch. Bucci. I use Bucci. So it sounds like a fashion brand, because it probably is. Ratti. Also definitely, I mean, it's Italian. That's why it sounds like that. Brew. True and Brew. Well, no, because that's like coffee. I don't like coffee. Diego. Go. Ooh. Bran. Doe. Brando. Also, I was thinking like a good language like can sound like a name, you know. I mean, obviously, like C++ is very much the exception, but like you can imagine calling someone Yo Nim, Yo Rust. Never mind, actually, fuck that. But True obviously does work as a name. I mean, like there are people called True, right? I mean, first of all, you have True and the Rainbow Kingdom. You also have like Trudy is a name. Truonica, that's definitely a name. Truzabel, you know. Trutholomew. Just Trutholomew is actually a banger name. I'm naming my first child Trutholomew, regardless of their sex. The line between a declarative imperative language is imperative code. So these are now I need to like kind of design the language. So let me start with the errors, right? Yeah. So in true, every value can be an error. This means there is one universal error type that all other errors belong to, right? Such that yeah, belong to. So every value can be an error. So everything is T or E. It also means that errors can be invisible. Invisible to the language syntax. For example, consider the following Rust code. Okay, consider the code. Consider how you'd write a safe div in different existing languages. So for Rust, you have like a function safe div, which takes a numerator. We'll just do floats, I guess, make things simple. So you've got numerator at 64 and the denominator at 64 as well. Returns in a 64. No, returns a result f64 or an error, right? Which we'll do as like a string. Well, no, we'll do an error. Div error. And we'll have an enum called div error, right? Which contains, is this correct even? Which contains like div by 0, overflow. Yeah. And then you'd have if denominator equals 0, right? Then return error, div error, div by 0. Otherwise, just okay. Numerator over denominator. And there's no semicolon because this language fucking sucks. So then we're going to go ahead and copy this. Let me try running it in a online Rust compiler. So probably use Godbolt. Is there like an official Rust playground? I know for C++ it's basically Godbolt because we suck. No, I'm joking. Godbolt is great. It's just a bit annoying sometimes because like sometimes I don't care about the actual compiler output. I just care about like the, and like I mean, I don't care about the assembly. Warning: unnecessary parentheses around if condition. Yep. Mismatch types. Denominator equals 0. Well, it should be 0.0 then. There we go, a bunch of dead code. So if I just go ahead and give this a function main, and then do print line, safe div 3 1, let's say. Language of the function incorrect. Exception at64 find integer. That's really annoying how that can't just like, you know, doesn't implement standard format display. Okay, so we need to do hashtag derive. Oh no, actually, I can just print like this instead. Boom, boom. Well, we'll do this. Okay, then do pretty printing. Never mind. I forgot how I derives. I can't remember. Just tell me, bro. Derive. Oh, right. I was right. I just forgot how it actually works. Copy. Debug, sorry. Overflow is ever constructed. Save div should have a snake case name. Alright. Can I find save div in the scope? Shoot me in the head. And Minecraft. Let's just remove the overflow. Compiled. I don't know why it looks like that, but compiled. And then if we do safe div with a different value, namely 0, we get an error. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy all that. Copy all that, sorry. And we'll share this as well. Permalink to the playground. Embedded code in link. Gist. What's a gist? In programming, bro. A simple way to share code snippets. Wait, so like it does create a unique repository then, I guess on GitHub? I see. So then is that just what happens with like Godbolt and stuff? They just link to gists under the hood. Because that's interesting. Was to redirect me or? Wow. So like, is that permanent? I guess it is, right? That's crazy. Like, how much space does that take on servers? That is cool though. How you can do that. Okay, so we'll copy this link in case I want to use it later in like a blog post. Run here. Okay, in Haskell, we'd be looking like, we're going to have an enum2, right? So it'd be type div error equals div by 0 man Haskell enum. I'm so rusty. What? Why is it when I for images, like, it shows me everything but just how to actually type it? I need like some kind of like AI powered tool where like I just type in something like Haskell enum and like it just shows me a very quick summary of how to use it. You know, like that's what I need. Because like I don't have to like ask Claude every time as well because it's just kind of slow. And then like each time I ask something, it will store it in his cache. So it's just text, right? So then I can easily refine things. That'd be a great tool. If that exists, let me know. Actually, I'm just gonna ask. Is there an AI? Is there a simple AI power tool that allows me to just search something like Haskell enum, and then it gives me a simple example and gives me a simple breakdown plus examples of how to use it, like fairly concise, and also caches answers so that I can refer to things I forget later. I'm aware Claude and Co can do this, but I'm looking for something lightweight that I can just keep in the background as a resource. Could I make this? I don't know how I would do that. No, don't build it. What? I didn't ask you to build. Like it was annoying. It uses all your tokens when you do that. When I can build something, that's so annoying. Nothing off the shelf does this. How hard is it to make your own AI tool? Anyway, this is not what I'm looking for. What? Haskell sum type, bro. Data bool. Okay, so it's data first of all. So data div error equals divide by 0 or overflow, right? Then we have safe div, which takes a double to either left is error, right? So div error or double. Then safe div, with numerator and denominator equals numerator over denominator, but we also pattern match instead, so num0 equals, or even nothing and 0, or anything in 0 equals div by 0, otherwise just equals divide. Wholly concise, right? Haskell is a cool language. I think so. Oh, it has to be left. This has to be just dot. No, right. Dot. And then you call it main IO equals do print safe. Sorry, I can't use tabs. Print. Where's my dollar sign? Print safe div of 3 and 1. Okay, well actually we'll do 3 and 2. 3.0, 2.0. I don't know why I used 1 for that one, but it doesn't matter. Print safe div 3.0 and 0.0. That should work. Suppose we mean by AI tool, wraparound API, easy. Haskell lookup tool, lookup model tooling, require via Olama, Llama to CPP. Training, fine tuning your own model, hard. Building an analytic from scratch. Research level, PhD adjacent undertaking? Seriously? So I can make a wrapper, but I don't want to do like a wrapper. I want like a, I mean, I could make it very like simple, but like I wanted to cache stuff, you know? Like be smart about it. Really, I just need AI to do the lookup. Otherwise, I can create my own database technically, to be fair, right? Like I can create the programmers. Actually, is there a non-AI power tool for this kind of thing? Like literally just a database that has been set up by existing programmers. Yes, Kojo, it's called Google Search. Has Haskell via Hackage? Yeah. Google. Ooh, cheat sheet. It's cool. I'll look at cheat sheet. Open that, but also dev.io. Because that'd be a cool project to like organize. In the meantime, let us try Haskell Playground. I might need to restart my computer soon. Like I really shouldn't need to because this isn't Windows, but I think like things have just been so slow recently. Like despite even despite the fact that I am recording on OBS, like it's been abnormally slow, and I'm not happy about it. Right, let's get the errors here. Safe div with different numbers of arguments. One, two. So I'm guessing this actually does work without the dots and all that. No instance for show div error. Ask your ransom user print. Man, Haskell doesn't tell you the what to do like Rust does. It's actually tragic. Derives or derive? What's the word for Haskell? I thought it was derive, like derive show. Has? Man. Haskell, derive. Deriving. Yeah, fuck me. Right, deriving. Equations for safe div have different numbers of arguments. Is it this then? Is this the issue? This should be right though. It takes in A and B. Like, if I put here A and B, and then literally just do AB, like that should work. Couldn't match A to A with double. Oh, I need the dot version, right? No. Haskell decimal division, or double float division. No, it is slash, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, it is slash. Probable cause apply to too few arguments. Okay, so I just do this instead then. It's probably fucked up the thing. Well, that works. So how do I do this again? I need to perform this on this. Like, I want to compose them. No? Like how do I just make this one thing? Man, my knowledge. Also, quick deviation here while I just look at this. Oh, so it also works online. So like if I search for like Haskell sum type. So that's already not what I'm looking for. Haskell enum. That would help, to be fair. I mean, I guess it's like hit or miss, right? Like C++, I don't know, expected. Unfortunately, there's no formatting though. Like, this is clearly markdown. Also, this example doesn't even help me, really. Meh. Then you have dev docs. So like Haskell sum type. Oh, okay, Haskell 9. But that's like the whole thing. Can I search for something specific? Haskell enum divide. No? Okay, never mind. Right, can I figure this out real quick? How does composition is just like this, right? Like if I have f dot g of x, that should be equivalent to f of g of x, right? Or f of g of x, like this in Haskell. Like these should be equivalent. So why doesn't this work with dot here? Is it because it's 2 arguments? Because it says it's applied to too few arguments, right? So I assume that's because the B gets applied to right or something. Haskell function composition 2006. Reverse dot sort. So that will sort it and then reverse it, right? With 2 arguments. Okay, so dot expected function takes one argument. I see. So I need to use the boobs operator. What? Bruh. Or lambdas. Okay, I don't use a lambda. So I need the owl operator. Sorry, I need like, okay, I need like, okay, I need like, what? Like this, and this. That can't be right. All right, I can define my own one. You know, fuck it. Let just do this, okay? Right of A over B. Let's do it like this. Okay, that works. Control C, O, paste it. And let us also numerator and denominator. Okie dokie. I'm actually not going to save the code. I changed my mind because I might make changes later, so I'll just leave it for now. Right, and C++ as well I want to do. So C++ would make a enum class. Obviously, if you want to do like a tag duty, and that's a whole other thing, but enum class in this case, fairly simple. Div error, which can be div by 0, overflow, and then we have auto safe div, takes a double numerator, double denominator, returns a double, which is a standard expected double or div error, right? And then if non-material equals 0, then return standard unexpected div error div by 0. Otherwise, return numerator over denominator. Sorry, I haven't really considered overflow here, have I? Is it actually even possible to overflow in this case? Let me check that. Like, if I have like 3 divided by like 0.0000001. It probably just goes to infinity, right? Yeah, I'm not sure it can overflow. What are the possible error cases of division in programming? Divide by -1. For integer, yeah. Okay, I guess I can't really use floats because those have a different thing, right? So let me change all of these actually then. We're going to use just int. Keep things simple. So you have denominator equals 0, then yeah, return just by 0, otherwise return if I just do this. But then that can cause an overflow, right? But whatever, go off main. standard print line, save div. I think it can print enums if I'm not mistaken, maybe for print line specifically. If not, I'll have to make it integer or something. Save div 3 and 2. Save div 3 and 0. Also, this will give you a maybe as well, right? So let's go back to Rust first of all. So Rust playground. Okay, so we have an I32. Is what we're going to use. And change these to integers. So that should work the same. Yep. But what if I have an overflow? So if I do Rust int max. Okay. So I32. Well, make a new line. Save div of int I32 max divided by -1. That works. What's the actual issue? Int min. The lowest value. Okay. Is that because... Let me think. Because it goes from -127 to 128, right? So then there's higher max ones than there are minimums. I don't even know. But yeah, so that caused a overflow. Nice. So overflow. Does that only happen in this one case? Because the result exceeds the max representable value. What is int min? Negative something, right? Negative 2147483648. No, I'm wrong. Sorry, it's -128 to 127. Yeah, yeah. So that makes sense. So is it just that one case where that can occur? It must be, right? Like if I do +1, then that will work, because there's enough things. That's fine. If I do -1, that should be an error at the call site. In fact, it's a compile error because it knows it will overflow. Okay. So if numerator equals I32 min, then return error div error div overflow. Now, can I do that way around too? -1 divided by... No, that wouldn't do anything with it. Okay. Good. So now you have an updated thing. For Haskell, I assume the same can occur. So I want int, and then either this or int. And then we're going to use div. Okay, let's run. Then if I do print safe div Haskell int min, min bounds of int and -1. Yeah, -2 works, right? Yeah, so just -1. So again, we check if safe div is min bound of int, well, just min bound, and -1. Then it's left overflow. Also, for the Rust example, it should be or and denominator equals -1. That specific case only. Sorry, there's no and keyword. It's and. Okay. Yeah, so that works for Haskell. For Rust, I'll just check this. Okay, so if I do -2, it works. Nice. Oh yeah, so I just need to write the outputs here. So we get, to be fair, I don't need this pretty printing. Yeah. So we get OK1, OK. I just switched my 9th desktop. Error div by 0. It's just it doesn't prefix it, and then error overflow. For Haskell, we get these. So right one, left div by 0. Do I even need this actually? This might just work because it already knows what the type is. Yeah, and left overflow. C++ is a whole other bag of worms, can of worms. If denominator equals int C++ int min. There's a macro, but standard limits. Equals standard numeric limits int colon min. And denominator equals 0. Hold on. Should be numerator. Then return standard unexpected div error overflow. So we get -1 and this. So we have const expr int max equals this. So let's do this instead. Okay, we'll pull up Godbolt. Bro. Can't see the compiler output for some reason. How do I show it? It's not what I want. Are these different? These buttons? Oh, sorry, that's assembly. Right. Numeric limits, not LCD, standard, you need to include it. So hashtag include print, hashtag include what header, limits, and include expected. Standard equals C++ 26. That might be necessary. I fear the worst. So is there a way to print does C++ have debug printing? Nope. So I'll need to just dereference it then. This is gonna crash it though, isn't it? So that gives us 1. We need to check this, right? Dot error. Dot error. Thing is, like, this is unsafe because it depends on you knowing that it is an error. But like, would it have been printed though? No. So then I'll need to also cast it to an int. So we'll say that this is of type int, and then static cast to an int. And that's just for printing, to be fair, but like, Jesus Christ, man. Static cast int. In C++ 26, how can I print line and enum? So this works. Cast underlying type, prints 1, specialized sort of standard formatter, static reflection. Is it not in GCC? Show me how it be done in with reflection. Compiler specific. Right. Yeah, I think this is Hassle anyway, so we'll have to do a template. Holy boilerplate, dude. Template, struct standard formatter of div error. Wait, do I need a struct? Yeah, I think, well, maybe. I don't know if I need to derive from string view though, but let's do it for now and remove it later. Actually, no, let's exclude it for now and add it later if I need to. And then auto formats with your div error. Or just error, actually. And format context. Where's that coming from? I thought that's missing a thing. Const send a string view. It's definitely a simple way to do this. Simple way to do this. Let me just check my projects. I did this somewhat recently. Maybe it was in my NUCC library. Source, no, it would be include, xf bin, chunk type. No, there's no formatter there. So that it wouldn't be this library. It wasn't for freeware, was it? Freeware, maybe? Maybe it was freeware. Well, again, I doubt it. .cd freeware. Near vim. Like, it would have been in the SL3, like some kind of error thing, but I don't see that. I think it was NUCC actually. But in the error HPP, right? Down. Nope. It's annoying. But when I use it, I can't remember now. Is there not a simpler way to do the standard formatter approach? I mean, while still using formatter. Did I click on like an invisible channel or something? Why is it not? Compile standard module. That's cool. I should like save that information somewhere. I swear it's overcomplicating it. C++ overload formatter. Custom formatter. I don't know anymore, dude. Where's format context coming in? I swear this is wrong. Probably because it's deriving. Whatever. So standard formatter, standard string view. Well, no, because print is included, right? And then standard. Just return standard formatter of standard string view. Format. And then can I have a switch here? Maybe not. Switch. Standard string view. Result equals unknown. Switch on error. Case div by 0. So div error. Div by 0. results equals division just by 0. No mention function call to standard format iterative error format standard string view const. Oh, it's past CTX. Okay, so now I should be able to just do this directly. Yay! All that just to get it working, bro. Oh my days. So this is div by 0, and this is overflow. C++ is not a simple language. Okay. Man, Rust having pretty printing is such a W for debugging. It's actually horrific in C++. Maybe we'll get like good like reflection printing at some point when reflection comes standard, but for now, like is implemented rather. But for now, it's grim. It's grim. But hey, it's at least it's customizable, right? Or like at least it's no, never mind. Anyway, this compiles, and that's what matters. In true, the same program can be written as follows. So we have true, which we'll use Haskell syntax highlighting, and so first of all we have a type, right? So we have well, no, so we don't have a div error type. That's the first thing, the first difference. We have a define safe div equals a function from a numerator of type i32 and the denominator of type i32 to an i32. So that's the first things first. And then we can put requires or require that num is not 0, and require that num is and not num is sorry, num is i32 max or min, sorry, and num is, and denominator is i32 is -1. Will I even go here? No, this would be inline, and then just return num over denominator. Now, I mean, this would be safe anyway, but that's besides the point. And then you have your main function. I am a fan of, again, like how Scala has like the at main, but I don't know what I would do for that instead. Because my at keyword is taken up already. Define main for now, or start even, hashtag equals. Well, no, start is actually, I think main's better, because start is like, can be used for other things. So just call it main. Main equals a function where we just echo safe div of 3 and 2, was it? Right? Which will give you 1. Echo safe div 3 0 gives you a compilation error, and echo safe div 3 no in I32 min and -1 is also a compilation error. Yeah. Now this is kind of like comparing apples to oranges though, because first of all, these ones are specifically designed to be runtime errors. Sorry, to catch the things at runtime. Like I'm sure in Rust you could probably write some kind of contract such that it does give you a compile time error. Yeah, so this is really like disingenuous actually. This whole comparison is kind of flawed. Like if you're in a safe div with Rust, the thing is Rust wouldn't catch it at compile it wouldn't catch compile time. Sorry, Rust wouldn't catch runtime values. Right, so like if my denominator is unknown until runtime, Rust wouldn't catch it. So all this code might just be unnecessary actually to even write. Because like you wouldn't write a safe div in this language. Like you just wouldn't. Like this would just be tedious to write. In this language, you would just do echo 3/2, right? And if you do I32, then you get a rounding down. You get 3/0. That's a compilation error. And you have I32 min over -1, which is also a compilation error. Now, the question is, how does it know, right? How does it know if it can be a compilation error? It's like someone did point this out to me. Like for division by 0, it's fairly easy. Just check if it can be 0. But for like this one, like how do you check if it could possibly overflow? Like you kind of have to hard code that into the algorithm, which is fine. But like for more complicated scenarios, like how do you know if 3 times foo? How do you know if this will overflow? Like you literally can't. Like the compiler would have to simulate, okay, what is the, I mean, can it though? Like, cause I think, cause like all it has to do is just check what is, I mean, cause like someone said this to me, which I'm saying this, but technically all it has to do is this divided by 3, and then check if foo is that. That feels pretty simple to me, so maybe that's fine. For division as well, I mean, it knows that this will error. For division is different. For division, it would need to check, okay. Like, say I have I32 min here, right? Divided by foo. It would this would be a compilation error because this could fail if foo is -1. But like, how does the compiler know that, right? Without hard coding it. It could deduce that. I mean, either way, you're gonna hard code it to speed up compilation time, but like at least cache it. But let's say you have I32. Like let's make it just simpler, easier to think about for a second. So let's get I8. So now this is -128 divided by foo. Okay. So, and it's an I8. So the compiler would need to check, when does this overflow? So similar to before, it can check against I8 max. Like it's asking foo times, like what times 128 I8. No. No. It's asking what this divided by what equals an overflow, right? How did I do this just now? For 3 times foo. I said it just checks if, assuming this is I32, or okay, no, we'll do I8. Assuming that this is an I8, it checks if I8 or what IA max divided by 3 equals. So this will be 100, 128, right? Or is it 127? Oh, it's 127. So what the fuck? 127 over 3 is 42. So it'll be 42. Obviously truncated, and then so it means that 3 times 42 equals 126, right? And then any higher value would exceed this. So then it just checks. Okay, then foo here must be less than 43. So it must be less than I8 max over 3 plus 1. Essentially. Because this gives you 42 plus 1 is 3. Or you say less than or equals 2, but actually I can say will, because that's just makes it clean, doesn't it? So foo must be this, and then the compiler will verify this, right? Now for division, we have a somewhat similar situation. So this does division, right? So let me first just try mapping it directly. I8 max, right? So we do I8 max divided by I8 min. time, sorry. Because that's the inverse. Why would I do that though? Equals. Oh no. Also, this is only one check, by the way. It was to check as foo greater or equal to I8 min over 2 at 3. Possibly even just greater than. Because I8 min is negative 127. 128, sorry, so we get negative 128 over 3. It's negative 42. Yeah, negative 42. Truncated again. Because if this is negative 42, then we get 3 times negative 42. Yeah. So it must be greater or equal to again, actually. But what if we have like foo times bar, right? And they're both I8s. Now the compiler can't just check. It needs to check like combinations of values and somehow deduce like which ones are invalid. So if I have foo times bar, then, and like it's an I8, right? Obviously, if foo can be anything, a bar can be anything, this will be a compile error as well, because overflow can occur. Yeah, because like it's checking combinations, right? Like, it would be like a case of like for like first of all, okay, if foo is greater than I max over 2, I8 max, sorry, over 2, right? Then bar must be less than or equal to 1. But let's say it's not, let's say it's only 1/3. Well, I guess you could do like a ratio, right? In this case, just like a ratio. So like, it's interesting. So then for all these different, you know, compiler verifications, you basically just need to do, like, you need to do formal mathematics to prove, right? Which is like, so yeah, so like you get a proof system, which is quite interesting. So you get foo times bar. So like, basically, the possible values of foo and bar would need to be such that the highest value of foo, so foo max, let's say, divided by the ratio, so bar min must be 1 or something like that. So like if I have 127 for foo, then bar has to be 1 or 0. That's it. So if foo max is what, no, sorry, not this. It'd be, I guess, less than or equal to I8 max. Because that's 127. So then we get 127 divided by 1 is 127. Let's say foo is instead half of that. So foo is 463, right? 126. That's the lowest it can be for this to be 2. But hold on, then 63 divided by 2. What am I saying? It's just times, isn't it? Yeah, that's 126. But yeah, it's just a question of like how you prove this. So first, it'll probably check foo max, right? So if to this point I have proven through some like methods, like say I say if foo is more than 63, then like return. Like suppose I have this, so then the proof system knows that foo is going to be 63 or less, right? So it knows this. So then it checks, okay, based on that information, is bar less than or equal to 2? And then if bar maximum is not, so this must be max, right? So then if the maximum of bar is not, then yeah, 2 or less, then you get a compile-time error that says, you know, I don't know for sure if bar is less than or equal to 2. That could cause an error. You need to check this. So that's pretty good. Or, you know, if you're being lazy, you can also just do this. You can do modulo times 2 or 3, let's say. Sorry, foo modulo times bar. You can do that if you want to. It's fine because it's explicit that you're wrapping. And I have no qualms with using a different operator here. What are the other behaviors, by the way? Crashing, I guess. But you don't want to have runtime crashes. That's where you could do like if foo times bar is not something. I'm still like trying to figure out the syntax. Then like echo crash. Not even actually. Just do that. I don't know. Promise that foo times bar is less than or equal to I8 max. Like, just promise that to the compiler. It'll see that expression and say, okay, so then you do foo times bar. And if it crashes, and that's your fault. Even just like promise is not, is something, sorry. So you promise that it's something, and then the compiler's like, okay, if I see foo times bar, I'll just trust you that that's something then, and then that happens. Hard thing here though, like here you have foo, the identifier, and bar, right? Let's say bar, well, I don't know, it's quite hard to, yeah, to make syntax for, but this is the basic idea. The point is, there's a proof system. My issues here is that foo and bar are runtime values, right? So when you promise that foo times bar is something, are you saying the value of foo, or are you saying foo the identifier. I guess it just depends, right? If foo is comp time, it's the value. If foo is runtime, it's the identifier. That makes sense to me. To that end, you probably would actually want a different casing, wouldn't you? Like right now I have types being uppercase. What if just comp time values are uppercase? So like if I have a comp time, well, what's like a name I would give it? Like the issue, like let's say I have a type called age, right? But it's comp time. So then like what do I call this? Age? Is it uppercase? Because then I have a conflicting namespace. That's why you want lowercase. Or do you even have comp? Give it a proper like symbol, like at means comp time or something, like $sign means comp time. So then I can use runtime or comp time variables. Underscore, but like I don't want to use underscore, it's ugly. Like exclamation mark for comp time. Define age. So that I can do like age times foo. Here we know now that age is comp time and foo is runtime. And then the compiler, I mean the compiler would like know this anyway. It just makes it more clear to the programmer. I don't know. By the way, whatever the truth system, this is the actual syntax here, right? Completion error, completion error. So I'm not even gonna like include this, to be fair, just yeah, like this is okay. This was a really bad comparison, like with these languages, because that's not at all what I want to get at. What I want to get at is foo over bar. That is all we're doing. So we're echoing foo over bar. It is weird how Haskell's syntax highlighter works so well for my use case. It's kind of cool. I might have to delete all of these. It was a good exercise, but like it's really not at all what I'm getting at here. Yeah, goodbye. Consider the seemingly simple instruction. So we'll define foo first of all. It's an I8, which equals get user input or get user I8. Def foo again. Get user I8. For foo and bar. And then assert that foo is not bar. I do wonder about using this for assignment, by the way. It comes to mind, but I just feel like it becomes like annoying. more annoying than it's worth. I don't know. And like, I'm not using the equal sign anyway. So assert foo is. The reason I have an is keyword and not like an equal sign is because I also have and or as keywords. Then again, I do include greater than and also less than and greater than equal to be fair. But then I like that I can do foo is greater than equal to bar, whereas if I had an equal sign, it'd be like, it has to be equals or more, but that's an arrow, so it doesn't work. Because like, I want to have like pattern matching, like foo is, and then like cases here. So I can do like foo is more than 5, right? Like that's pretty good. If I had an equal sign instead, like that or whatever, or just, let's say it was equals, single equals. Okay, what am I page down, page up? That's what I'm pressing. Now I have figured out. This wouldn't work. Like foo equals more than 4. Foo equals greater or equal to 4. Like, it's a bit weird. Like foo equals, and like what you like for one-liners you have this. Like that's just weird. Even weirder without the diacritics, because it would look like this. Oh, sorry, the what do you call them? The lie. Oh, what are they called, man? I can't remember. Like you get this versus just is, you know. So yeah, so foo's up bar. So what does assert do? Assert's like a promise, right? I guess I can just call promises asserts actually. I suppose that's fine. But like, assert's more of like a debug tool, where like I want to get an error at runtime if this is not true. Which actually that's what promise does though. It gives you an error at runtime if it's not true, because the compiler just lets it slide. Okay, so yeah, so let's see what we have assert then. Assert foo is not bar, and then we have echo foo bar. Okay. So what about having foo is not bar versus just having like not foo is bar? Which of these is better? Maybe this is better. Not foo is bar. Or as someone else has been suggested in the past, have foo is bar not. So you put not as a suffix instead, which means you get closer to this. Honestly, I think I do prefer this to bar, at least to this. Foo is bar not. And it's not too dissimilar from how like grammar in some other languages work. Like let's have a look at English to, well, Japanese is the one I can attest to. Say I am Kojo, right? Watashi wa Kojo desu. Versus I am in English not, put it here. Here we get Watashi wa Kojo, same thing, de, but then we have wa arimasen, right? So instead of des, we have de wa arimasen. Where has the negative gone? This is the same, but the negative goes here on the de, well, technically de as well, de wa arimasen, right? Whereas in English, we say I am not Kojo, but this is saying I am Kojo not. Now really, it's more like, as for me, Kojo, like as for me, Kojo. And then you have as for me, Kojo not. That's kind of the thing there. Although with arimasen, it's more like doesn't exist. I mean, Japanese is a bit complicated anyway, but look at Turkish as well. I am Kojo, ben Kojo yum, or something like that, versus I am not Kojo, ben Kojo de yulum. No, de yulum. Right? Yeah, I think it's Deilum or something like that. Deilum. Anyway, so however you pronounce it, you have Ben Kojo. Actually, let me just do it like this. I'm Kojo. I'm not Kojo. For the record. So yeah, so you see Ben Kojoyum, Ben Kojo Deilum, right? Notice how again the negative. I mean, okay. To be fair, in this case, it's part of the verb, so it's all the best example. But like, whatever the case, the negative is on the end, right? I think Tamil is the same. Nan Kojo Allah, right? So Allah is at the end here. I don't know why I changed my name in the second example, but I guess I'll make it capital K. It's a bit clear. Jeff. Why is it changing the fucking... Maybe because it's how like it blends into the next one. Is there a name that like just remains unchanged? Kartik. It keeps changing the pronunciation of the name? Is that supposed to happen? That's weird. Whatever, right, so Kojo... How about a word? I am gay. I am not gay. Well, that's even more complicated. Okay, whatever the case, right, whatever. So, nan Kojo Allah, right? I assume the Allah, however you say that, it means not. Yeah, it's a negative word. Or how about Chinese? No, so in Chinese it goes before. 我不是 Kojo. Oh, Kojo, that's my name. What the fuck? 我是 Kojo. 我不是 Kojo. Right? So that's like I not am Kojo. Point is, English, the English order of not is not definitive. So like I could say fu is not bar, but like in any other language, like the grammar could be not fu is bar. It could be fu not is bar, which is Chinese, I believe. It could be fu is bar not, as I said, or fu is not bar. But even something else, it could be fu fu bar is, right? And then you have like bu it isn't, right? So there's like a lot of different like ways this can go. So I think this is fine. So anyway, so long story short, fu is bar not. So fu is bar not. And then you echo fu slash bar. Fu over bar, sorry. It just takes getting used to for an English brain, because like for the English brain, you want to have the negation, right? So like you already know that it's not true, right? So whereas if you like skim read this, fu is bar not. Like if you miss the not, it's a pretty major fumble to miss that. Whereas if you put it first, then maybe just because I'm used to it, but then I just read it left to right. Assert not, fu is bar, right? So like I know that I'm negating this. For now, I'm gonna keep this because of that explanation. But a reason to have not at the end is so that the not is closer to the negation. There was an example like assert. I don't know, like fu bar, like fu dot bar dot baz dot allay not, right? So like allay not is what we get here, whereas if you put the not first, then we have not fu bar baz allay, and it's like there's more separation between the clauses here. Again though, maybe it's just my English brain, but I don't have an issue with this, because like not is first, which then I keep in mind grammatically in my brain, whatever, that this is negative. So I don't know. I suppose, I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty arbitrary anyway. there are different trade-offs to different approaches, and that's probably why different languages have different things. I doubt it's all like, you know, I doubt there's one optimal solution per se. One specific optimal solution, but right. So consider the seemingly simple instruction, simple program. Foo bar assert, and then we have echo, right? So this code will fail to compile. With an error like, with an error that goes like, line 5, column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In expression, echo foo over bar. Foo requires that bar foo requires that not bar is 0. And then, yeah, so it's like a list. So it requires that not bar is 0, and also requires that foo that not foo is I32 max min, and foo is, and bar, sorry, is 0, -1. So then you use list requirements. Now notice how here it doesn't give you the reason. Like it doesn't say division by error, and here it doesn't say overflow. It just tells you what cannot be the case. Which might be a bit confusing to the programmer. I mean, like, obviously they know what to do, but like it may not be obvious why they need to do it, and that can be annoying. I'm gonna create a sense of a frustration point. So I30, so it'll be this one with I32. It's I8, right? Sorry, it's I8. It's a function as well. Should even be like a like just have like the whole definition here. So fn, well, the name's here, isn't it? So we have the identifier, then the arguments here. So t equals I8. There's comp time. Requires that bar, that a, let's say, well, let's say it's called numerator and denominator. So we get not numerator, denominator is 0, and numerator is this, and denominator is this. Okay. So first of all, that's makes it clear to understand what's actually going on with the function. It's an operator, so assuming that this is how operators are written, like that, then that's that. This language would probably not allow custom operators, by the way. I'm just saying that like this is how you would write them in line. That being said, I guess I don't need to do that. It's just a question of like how you would override them, right? Like I guess it's just called divide as well. Let's go with that for now. So divide, numerator denominator requires that denominator is 0 and not numerator is this and this, right? So again, the issue is that it is not clear to the programmer why. So really you want something like not because, and then like division by 0, right? Something like that. Although, like, the compiler wouldn't catch these errors. Like with Rust, for instance, if you get division by 0, it wouldn't tell you it's division by 0. It would just be undefined behavior. No. Sorry. In Rust, with overflow, it becomes undefined behavior in release build. But then it crashes for debug builds. Yeah, it's just really weird. Anyway, whatever. So anyway, so the reason would be put here, right? So you want a reason. So it requires this. So it requires this. And like because. Reason. Division by 0, or like avoids division by 0. and here avoids overflow. So that could be the error message, right? So in the way that you would define the function itself, so what highlighting works here? Yeah, it's good enough. So then for this, also would it be cool if like the compiler can output markdown formatting? Like this is valid markdown, I think, or like something like that. Like imagine if, because like terminals can, well, can they? No. I guess I can't. Hold on, markdown. Do you want markdown though? Not really. Right, let me. He's looking sidetracks, man. So the way you would define divide would be something like define divide equals a function taking a template parameter I8. Let's just ignore the not like the anonymous thing I was talking about before in previous videos. You have numerator of type T and denominator of type T, return T. Ooh, this is actually quite interesting. Because here it has the names inside, but this wouldn't work if the function body contains other variables that like are being checked against. But again, like I feel like I would. It's interesting. Okay, well, whatever. So you define it like this. You say require that denominator is 0. Require that not numerator is i32 min, and denominator is -1. And then you would just return numerator over denominator. Right? So like require is kind of like analogous to in like having a Rust, like that require statement is analogous to like saying if denominator is 0, I mean this isn't Rust, but return, or like even like throw error. Okay, that's definitely not Rust. But anyway, you see have the reason here. So require with division by 0. This would be overflow. So require yeah. Then let's say like avoids equals avoids division by 0. Same here. Avoids equals overflow. Negative 1, 2. This is 8. So T min. So that shouldn't be that either, right? T must be an integer. Yeah. So overflow negative. What would be T min to overflow at, and then calculate like T min, just negative T min. There you go. And that's how you get this error, right? So voice overflow at, in this case, the I8 again, I32 at 128. Yeah, Haskell is not doing it for this one. Bash? No. Just leave it colorless, right? So, yep, define divide. Basically, this is how you define it. Now, divide is not actually, well, I guess it can be defined like this in the certain library, and then like it wraps around the unsafe divide. But really, that should be like that'll be built into the compiler if anything. There is also another way to write this, which is using, you know, well, as you might be able to guess, type bounds of sorts. So rather than have that, you have numerator, which is a non-zero integer. No, sorry. Numerator is an integer, and denominator is a non-zero integer. Returning a integer again. Then here we just require that this. But then, like, no, like, you wouldn't even need to require this, but again, this I mean, it's a bad example because this exact thing would be built into the compiler, you know? Like, the type system would be strong enough already for, like, integers that, like, the compiler would already smartly know to find these errors. Like, even this isn't necessary per se, because it would know from, like, that, it would know, like, it would intrinsically know like how division would work under the hood. But anyway, this is a way that you can think about it. little side note: is this a cool way? Is this a cool? So like, say I have a function that has unnamed parameters, right? So like, with require just takes an expression, right? So let's say foo is not 0. But then rather than having your named parameters like this, what if instead of this, it was more like this? So you put your normal things there, and then you create a list with your other arguments. So acquire foo is not 0, and then this avoids ga, right? And then if they're optional parameters, then you would just not include them at all. Well, optionally. And then even for like constructors, like let's say I construct a game. Hold on. After. So we have before, require foo is not 0, and then like avoids equals ga. Or this. Again, with constructors, let's say I have a game, right, which I'm constructing with, well, I mean, really be new, but so game new, or game create. I think new is better, like, yeah, as like a special constructor keyword, because like you wouldn't really call anything else new, but you would call something else create. So I think new is better. Anyway, so game new. And then you have like, I don't know, window size equals like 920 1280, for instance, right? Like your x equals this and your y equals this. So like window size equals, like, let's put them all on one line. Okay, so you got this. Frames per second equals 60. Like even here, like you're gonna need trailing commas all of a sudden, and I really want to avoid needing trailing commas. Frames per second, what else? So window size, frames per second. What like general like for fucking game settings? Also, this is not correct. 1920 by. Is it correct? Is it 1280? 1080. 60 FPS. What are game settings? Audio? On, off? Full screen? Full screen. Is full screen. Really, I want to have full screen like this equals true or false, actually. Yeah, by the way, having a boolean end with a question mark I think is kind of cool. Or put like at the start. If keyboards all came with like an upside down question mark, I would consider it. But I do like having this. because I hate how like I hate how you have to do like is full screen, you know, just to get like that thing. It's hard to explain. I mean, it's not hard. It's not hard to explain. Like, it's just like having type is full screen. Does this happen? Has thing happened yet? You know, like it's kind of just easier to just have a question mark because then it covers all Boolean cases. And it's just kind of like and then like have the compiler enforce that only Booleans can have a question mark, and then it just makes life feel nicer. You know, and then you don't even necessarily need to have a bool, like an explicit bool type annotation. But I don't know, it's an interesting case. So let's say we have that, and then afterwards, with the new syntax, you just do game new, right? And then like, you know how with builder syntax you do like width, window size, right? Like this and whatnot. Here it's kind of similar to that, but you just have this instead. So game new, right? You're calling that with window size, constructor, with x 1920 and y equals 1080. Notice how I don't need trailing commas now. Frames per second equals 60, and full screen question mark equals false. Not only does it take less space, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And obviously that will scale with how many nested brackets you have. Unless you want to do this, of course. That just looks horribly ugly in my opinion. But yeah, it also means you don't need trailing commas, like at all. You just have this. I don't know. I think it's interesting. And then like you can still optionally have the name stuff inside. So let's say the name was, oh no, my game. Right? Here you just put my game here. And then you have this stuff. And then compare that to the builder pattern, which would look like game new, my game, with window size dots with frames per second. The thing is, like, to do the builder pattern, like, you have to define so much boilerplate as well. So it's like, it's not even just about looks at that point, it's also about this with full screen, false. I mean, with booleans, to be fair, you can just do without full screen. Or with window size, like window size would have to be like its own struct, I guess. Or like vec2, I guess. New. Sorry, I'm not even using these brackets. I'm using this. Window size. Yeah, so this would be a vec2. But the type can be inferred, so. Yeah, again, I mean, I need to sort out the type syntax in a way, but This should just be new. No, when it says it's a variable, if it's a vec2, then yeah, it would be equals. Okay, equals vec new. There we go. Yeah, so in here it'd be vec2 new. With no. Dot with x. There we go, finally. Dot with y. I mean, okay, like obviously this does depend on how you have your like how your constructors work, so whether or not they can take values directly. But whatever the case. Or, you know, if the vec was just an implicit constructor, even then you would type vec. But let's say you didn't need to type vec, then that'd just be like this instead. But I don't know. Constructors, I'm still thinking about indeed. I know Rust has like tuple types, so vec2 can just be that. Is that even true? Rust vec2. Is it not a thing? Like here's a struct, right? Because you have x and y. What the fuck? So if you want to construct one, there are no examples. But like you have new. Yes, like in Rust you have to do vec new. You can't just construct it. Like unless it's a tuple type, but this isn't a tuple type. So wait a second. My language doesn't have a new keyword. Yeah, what? Never mind. What I have is from. That's different. Okay, so my language is from. That's different. But if it is a direct type, then there's no new. You just do vec. Yeah, never mind. Vec2. And the reason it works is because in Rust. Actually, I don't even know why Rust has a new keyword. I guess just to not have like an implicit. Well, no, I think it's so you can create multiple different constructors, right? But for my one, I'm gonna have overloading, so it's not a problem anyway. How'd that get there? "30 minutes have passed? What the fuck?" Dude, time flies when you're thinking hard. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So again, you do reduce this. I mean, this is only if you want to have the width x and y, right? In a language that has named parameters, well, no, because if you've named parameters, then you don't need the builder pattern anyway. Also, game new shouldn't be a thing then, arguably. It should just be a game constructor. I don't know why I didn't realize this, like, until now. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so you have this. I mean, which of these would you prefer, you know? Like, builder pattern is only really needed in languages. It'll also be dot build at the end. The builder pattern is only needed really in languages that do not have default, that don't have overloading and default arguments. More so default arguments, right? I think so. Yeah, I think default arguments. Also named arguments. So it's really not needed in a language that does have them. Like, this builder pattern is completely redundant in this case. So I'm not even going to consider it, because like it's basically this, but just worse. But it did help me sort out my mistakes in my own syntax. So really it's just comparing this to this, right? And I don't know, I kind of like this. Whoopsie. So, holy lag, man. Benny, for your thoughts. I call this conventional with named arguments. New syntax idea, let's say. At that point, like, would you even just allow, like, just generally my game and I just list out the things like this? You could do, right? Optionally, I mean. So like for the record, you can still make them inline if you want to, right? And like with named arguments, but optionally you can take them out. Like this. What you cannot do is just do this, though. So that would actually be forbidden now. In favor of the more readable, well, maybe disagree, but arguably a more readable syntax, which is this. Because trailing commas, I'm not a huge fan of, you know? Especially when, like, space indentation exists in a language with significant white space. For context, this would be in a language with significant white space already. So assuming that fact is true for both cases, is the second syntax cooking? Like, isn't this literally what like DSLs look like a lot of the time? Like a DSL will literally have this syntax. Like look at YAML. Dude, I need to sort my fucking Neo. Like I keep saying, like I hate how the special workspaces go over. I need to sort that out. I hate it. I mean, I don't even need special workspaces, to be fair. Like I have 10 that I can use, but like they exist, so why not? YAML 8 markup language, the human readable. Yeah. So if you look at the syntax. Oh, so it's annoying how on Hyperland there are only 10 as well. Does Hyperland strictly have only 10 normal workspaces? I don't like using special workspaces since they overlay rather than switching. Like, I don't understand how you can like the overlay, you know? Like, it's good if the overlay is like an actual overlay, you know, where like if I had an overlay I don't know, like let's use this as an example. Like if my overlay was like literally an overlay like this, you know, that I could like toggle on and off, that would be useful. But like for a full screen overlay, there's absolutely no point. Huh? So I can. And there are named workspaces. I could have sworn I asked this before and it said something else. So then I can do that. So you know what? I'm gonna do it right now. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it right now. Let me do this. So let me first of all move all of these so I don't lose them. So this one will be on 9. Discord can go on 8. Claude can go on 7. If I have other ones, I'll find out because I can't remember now. And neovim config / hyper. Okay, and we got is it window? No, that's for customization. Hyperland? Monitor? Maybe monitor? No, it shouldn't be. It should be like apps. Where is it? Animation, bind. That's it. So, yeah, we have these special workspaces, right? How do named ones work? I see. So basically, I'll just do this. Named obsidian. So if I switch to O, that's still an overlay though. Oh, toggle special. So just toggle, right? Let me go back first. I mean, it's still on the old syntax, but toggle. So would it just be focus? I'd be toggle name, right? Doesn't exist. Toggle. Doesn't exist. Now we'll see if Claude has finally picked up on the fact that the syntax has changed. So what would I change here to make it named instead? For the love of God, do not say that. Lua is not correct. Workspace. That's not how it is normally though, but okay. So is it named? Name. Like I found the docs to be lacking on special workspaces for some reason, which was kind of annoying because I don't know how else to navigate it. Yeah, that's just not correct at all. So let me find Hyperland's name to workspaces. Why is the computer lagging? Holy lag spike. It's ridiculous. It's radiating heat. And like maybe streaming daily is taking a toll on the hardware. Like I've used this computer for like less than a less than a year for sure. Less than like half a year even. Like it shouldn't. Like I thought it's that. Like there must be something with the software. Or maybe am I covering the fans? Cause like I'm resting my computer on this, right? But it might be covering the fans. I don't know, bro. Laptops are so annoying. The heat dispenser being at the bottom. Even though like you always have it on like something. Right, so workspace is about identifier. Okay. Please be the latest docs. It is. Right, these are rules, which is not what I'm looking for. I don't like how these docs are organized. Like advanced and cool is really vague. I need workspaces. Oh my god, my thing is freezing right now. Workspace, named workspace. There's special workspaces. Doesn't mention named workspaces. But let me just try and see what happens. So let's do focus like the other one. And it says workspace equals and then obsidian. I mean obviously like I don't have to name them per se, but that did an error. Yeah, I pressed the keybind and nothing happened. name. Okay, that seemed to work. It's gone on a completely new thing. So is it named like this then? So let's say I have my obsidian is here and I want to move it. So I'll do doom invalid workspace, runtime error in Lua. That's a cool error animation. I don't know why that's never appeared before. So do I suggest a name? So again, back here, move it. Yes. Cool. So it does work. That's so weird. Why is it not in the docs? Is it like I'm just blind? That's a monitor. Object, ID, or selector. See below. It is here. Oh my god. So it's called workspace selectors. So you have 9 choices. 1, 2, or 3, like an ID. A relative ID, so +1, -0, +100. Okay. On monitor. Okay. Then you can do names, previous. Ooh, a previous workspace is actually kind of interesting. To just like switch between them, but I find that it's not that easy to like keep in your head. First available empty workspace, so it just finds an empty one. That's kind of useful, except then you have to like look for it. It's better to just have a thing here. Then special. And there's a limit, but like it's very high. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. This is what I need, bro. This is what I need. So obviously my thing doesn't show it in my config, but it is there. So we'll have, again, name Claude and name Discord. And then I also want to add one for my browser, because like I always have that open. Focus workspace equals. I don't know why that has to be there. I don't know what other arguments there are. Okay, and this won't work because I need to do, again, focus. That's a syntax error. Workspace equals name Discord. Nice. So 7, move that one to Claude. 8, move that one to Discord. Nice. So now I can switch normally. Hallelujah. Okay, so now I need to configure my thing to actually show it in my list here. But let me add another one for my binder, for my not my binder, my browser. So copy that, paste that, have browser, which is subject to change. I think B is free. Yeah, so I'll do B for browser. I mean, I could just have numbers, I guess, but I kind of want to like reserve the numbers, like for just general use cases. Like these are apps that are always open, you know, always. So like if I want Obsidian, go O, C for Claude, D for Discord, B for browser, you know, like it's kind of easier to remember that way. You know, whereas if I had like one for browser, 2 for Discord, like it would work, to be fair. But then if I want to like just open a terminal, I have to like go 5, 6, 7. It's kind of annoying. I could also make the last 4, so 7, 8, 9, 0. But then like it reduces the number of workspaces I have. Now realistically, I don't use more than like 2 anyway. But I don't know. I'll do this for now until until it becomes an issue. So I have browser as well. So I'll move this to browser. And there you go. Browser, Discord, O, C. Cool. Move this to 1 then, right? Finally, and so now 1 is free to be my terminal. Okay, so then I can open 2, Q, look at that, CD. I'm going to open my config for quick shell. Before I do that though, let me save. Use named workspaces instead of special ones, and add a named browser workspace. Right, so then here, neovim. So look for our workspaces. Yeah, so I use like calculations here. Yeah, I have a repeater, right? Model is a workspace count. Where's that? That's just a variable. Yeah, so to add the symbols, yeah, I need to figure that out later. I mean, I'll do it later. It doesn't matter because like I know where they are. It's just that have them here would also be good. So for now, I'll leave it. Also, with my Japanese symbols, if I want to have more than these, like really, I should only show the ones that are in use now. OBS as well could arguably get its own workspace, but it isn't open all the time. I can go to my bar and I can change my workspaces, maybe? I can. Make this false. So now it only shows ones that are in use, and then I can also just use my normal symbols, right? So 1, 2. You know, it was cool with Japanese, but like if I have multiple, such that it can be like different, like let's say I have 11, that needs to be something that I can do. Hold on, but I can't even switch to 11, can I? Not through a key. So I guess actually that actually doesn't matter too much. I don't know, dude. Or have like 5. So then, because like realistically, 6, 7, 8, 9, I can't really reach that easily anyway. I mean, I can reach it, but like having only 5 is probably ideal anyway. But I don't know. There are like so many ways that I can like micro optimize my workflow here, and like I want to. So I'll get on that at some point. Sorry, I got a thing on Discord. Not a fan of white space sensitive lengths, to be honest, but if you're making something white space sensitive, it looks kind of good as long as you follow the former. Allow the former, or way to do it inline. I would allow inline, but not the former. Is what I'm thinking. Sorry, so YAML. You could see like examples on that main page. Like a spec should always have examples, just so people can get like a feel. I don't want a tutorial, I just want examples. These are blog posts. There's clearly something open that's like causing my thing to lag like this. I'm recording on 720p, so that's not an issue. Or like at least it shouldn't be a major issue. My OBS recording shouldn't be a major issue. I've used OBS in the past as well, and that hasn't been an issue. My tabs, like unless it's my browser, like I really don't have that many tabs open. It shouldn't be that much of an issue. Like yeah, I have my emails and stuff, but that's because I need to receive emails live, and like same with WhatsApp. Like I don't want a ThinkPad, but like my ThinkPad shouldn't be that weak. Okay, that froze my website. So let me. Honestly, I think I'm gonna switch to a different browser at some point, because I feel like this, like, having tabs in the background should not be using my resources this much. Like, I shouldn't need to make these sleep, because why couldn't it just suspend, like, implicitly in the background, you know? Like, I know they're cached, but like, is there that much cache? Can it not, like, just, like, store it to, like, my hard drive or something? I don't know. Like, I feel like there has to be a more efficient browser thing here. Generally speaking, how is Vivaldi in terms of performance? If I wanted a more performant browser, i.e. one that doesn't eat unnecessary CPU/GPU, memory, what would I look for? Because it is Chromium. I'm aware of that. But Chromium is, like, supposed to be lightweight. Per tab process model. Good for stability, bad for memory. Each tab extension is a separate process. Right. A lot of UI. It does have a lot of UI. It's not lean. Seriously? So all of these, which like all of these right now, are using RAM, even though I'm not aware of it. Like having Wikipedia, but surely not. Right? I mean, I don't even use this anyway, so I'm just gonna remove it. I don't use ASB player there. What even is this? Just help. Remove that. And I don't use Mastodon. RSS feed. I haven't looked at it in ages, actually. Holy moly. Why is that my only feed? I should have, like, other feeds. What? All my feeds are gone. What the hell, Vivaldi? It just removed all my feeds. Or, like, they didn't sync across when I switched from Windows. It's annoying. My extensions use a lot of processes too. But, like, they're all kind of important, so I don't want to get rid of those. Engine choice. Firefox can be lighter on RAM, but sometimes slower on raw JS benchmarks. Firefox, Chromium, Vanilla, Qt browser. The thing is, like, I want the extensions too, you know? I don't know, man. So, is it correct to say that Chromium shouldn't be as slow as it is? If we were to engineering wise, is Vivaldi as fast as it could be given the features it has? Or is there still a gap in the market for a fast browser that is just as featureful? Qt browser. Vim style key bindings and a minimal graphical user face. That's like Qt BitTorrent. I don't know why it uses. I mean, I guess these fonts are easier to render as well, but that's annoying. Like, I need a powerful browser that has the features I wanted to have. Like, I need bookmarks. I need multiple tabs, obviously, and I do need these extensions for my workflow. And an RSS feed is also quite useful, though. To be fair, that doesn't need to be in the browser. But like, yeah, it's just so slow. I don't understand. Or maybe my computer's just shit, you know. And like, if I had a better computer, it wouldn't be a problem. Genuinely, there's still a gap. So UI built-in web tech. What? So Vivaldi in particular is actually not native. Feature code loaded even if idle. Notes, mail client, culture panels, all these interfaces at startup. Less engineering investment in memory management. So Chrome would actually be more performant. Wait, so is Google Chrome actually more performant than Vivaldi? Oh my god. I mean, well, okay, so, well, the core features I need from a browser are vertical tabs, Chrome extensions. Well, not necessarily Chrome extensions. I was using Zen for a while, but I stopped using it not because it was Firefox based, but just because it was what's the word? It was too heavy. Like, Zen looks like it should be light, but it's actually like, it is deceivingly heavy. So vertical tabs, extensions, Chrome or Firefox, since I believe both are plentiful. Bookmarks. And that's it. Like really all I need is that, and that. And preferably like a built-in VPN, but like the VPN is just Proton anyway. And like, I don't use a VPN that often anyway. And like, really, once I have, you know, when I'm older with like a proper job and all that, and I can afford these things, I just buy a system-wide VPN as opposed to a browser one. How do you send comments? Is Instagram finally adding sharing comments in the group chats? I want to cry, bro. Instagram adds features like sometimes, but when they do, fucking hell, like we are starved, bro. Like, there's no excuse for having this slow of a feature release schedule. Like, some things do not need to be tested. Like, you do not need to, like, battle test having the option to share comments. Like, it's just a useful feature. Just add it, for fuck's sake. Can you tell why I want to be a software developer? And so I can fix all this annoying software that annoys me. I don't care too much about a theme. I mean, obviously having it, like, dark. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, I just want it to be black. So I don't care too much about the customization. Other than that, if I can't make it black, I will riot. Pins tabs is also useful. Pin tabs. That's also quite important. And then either manual tab suspension. Well, yeah, manual tab suspension, or a model such that tabs don't, such that background tabs don't eat memory. Unless active, e.g. YouTube. Unless playing something outside itself, e.g. YouTube with audio. I think that's all of the main features. Like, it's not that much to ask for. I don't need all this other fluff. Like, I don't need like, I guess, like RSS feed, downloads history. I mean, like, but like these are just, I don't know, like, is it that much? Like, is it really that much to just have those? Like, what makes it, like, I guess what makes a browser so laggy is the fact that it's fucking JavaScript for web pages. And like a lot of web pages are just slow, because of how they're designed, which is unfortunate. Also, am I the wrong way around? No, this is actually the natural. Who knows? Who knows which way is correct anymore? Claude. Vertical tab. Fuck. Are you serious? Microsoft Edge? Am I seriously going to use Microsoft Edge? Edge is Chromium based? Since when? What's you? Oh, I guess Internet Explorer was the other one. That's crazy. When did Edge become Chromium? 2020. Wow. Look, sometimes, like, despite how shitty the Microsoft Windows is, Edge, well, okay, Edge might have some other issues though, that like having Microsoft Copilot, for instance. But hey, if it doesn't have that bloat. Firefox has native vertical tabs as of recently. Cool. Edge gives you Chrome's extension ecosystem plus native Wayland support. Is a bit patchier than Firefox's. Firefox has best English native Wayland, but a separate extension library. Firefox first, Edge second. Are there any other drawbacks to Edge and Firefox I should know about? Like, when I think Edge, I immediately think of Microsoft Copilot's AI bloat. And when I think Firefox, I think of how alternatives like WaterFox exist. It's a good point, actually, and I was already thinking this. So you can also just, like, for function calls, you don't even necessarily need this. Like, you could just do game and then like my game. remove the colon as well. I do prefer the colons though. I could have sworn I replied to that message. I was thinking similar, although then a function call becomes less clear. It looks very functional, I will say that. Like functional syntax. My main reason is just like I want a way to differentiate function calls from just like passing a function identifier. I would like explicit function call syntax of some sort. So that foo is an identifier. Edge rollbacks, compile air is baked in and pushy. Oh my god, Microsoft account, I forgot about that actually. Telemetry. Bing bleed through. Okay. On Linux specifically, Edge is in class citizen, Microsoft Linux builds get updates, but the polish integration lags behind. Firefox drawbacks. Their own bloat, corporate direction concerns. Performance ceiling. Okay, so it's rare though. So there's Water Fox and Libre Wolf. Given you already an archetype voice apps, this gives you, okay, minus the parts that bother you. Okay, so which should I choose over Water and Libre? I've heard of both. I think Libre Fox might be the newer one, or like at least the one that came after Water Fox, or like more like is the direct competitor that came to be even more privacy focused. Let's say that's my impression. Of course, I could be wrong. foo ab calls a function, calls foo. Foo by itself is just an identifier that stores the instructions minus I've never liked how this line is blurred in functional programming. It does work better there because variables are also functions. But in a language where there are both variables and functions, I'm not a fan. Like, I get that you can just look for like the leftmost thing and say, well, if it's a leftmost, then it is a function call, right? But it just doesn't. I just don't like it. Like, it works for functional programming or like for Haskell, right? It works for Haskell because you can think of a variable as a function that has no argument, so it works fine. But in this language or any language that has variables, like actual variables, a function, like a variable isn't a function without any parameters. Like it's an actual value. I have functions as values, not variables as functions. I mean, functional programming also has that, but anyway. Libre Wolf, trigger by default based on Arc and Fox hardening. Aggressive tracking protection, cookie history is cleared on restart by default. Interesting. Resist by default though, so you can get it back. Resist fingerprinting on. Downside, sometimes break. And login, yeah, login issues will be annoying for me because of fucking university. If they detect you're on an incompatible browser, they like just don't allow you sometimes, which is really stupid. Like, I should be able to use a browser I fucking want to on my computer, because resist fingerprinting spoofs things like time zone, but I guess you can also disable that by default, right? You'll be tweaking about config on per site exceptions periodically. Waterfog, slider touch, telemetry, pocket, sponsor stuff stripped, but not so hard on the things. It says more like vanilla Firefox respects your privacy, but then privacy tool that happens to be a browser. Yeah, so few site breakages, less minutes overhead. So Waterfox is the better fit. Because, I mean, I don't care about privacy that much anyway. Like, if people want, like, if the government or whatever companies want my data, they will get it, you know? Like, I use Instagram, I use fucking Discord, and, like, I use YouTube. Like, I can't avoid having my data collected. It's gonna happen. So, you know what? If companies want to profit off of it, then power to them. They can profit off my data. Holy moly, bro. Okay, this is 100. I think Vivaldi is bugging out because look, if I try to create a new window right now, it doesn't load. Just watch. Like, what is this? I've no tabs. It's just this. Like, it's bugged. Where are my tabs? Control T. I can't search for anything. I have like a warning here. 1 bytes. So I'm just gonna close that. Yeah. I might have to just restart my browser, first of all. I'll close this, close this, close this. What's anti? That's a language, right, in Rust? Yeah, I'm gonna look at that later. Like, look how much it's lagging, bro. Freeware, I can close. Holy lag? It's a GitHub page, for Christ's sake. Like, look at how my OBS is stuttering too. Like, Jesus. Because I loaded one web page. Building a programming language with Rust and LVM. I'll close that as well. I've called it my thing anyway. My first language, that's an LVM. Okay. I closed a tab and it lagged. Like, what the hell? Yeah, LVM, I'm gonna also delete because I'll get to that later. Rust compiler, I'll have to look at integer product versus integer subcategory. What's that about? Now I'm having less lagging issues? No, I'm not. That's not true, actually. For point one, I didn't mean to go... Okay, I don't know what this was about. This was a paper I was going to read, but... Actually, I don't know if I was, though. Core modules united. Yeah, this was like an interesting article. I don't know why I have that here. I'll just bookmark it into my Obsidian. I don't need to look at this anymore. These I want to read it in a second. Well, not now, but I don't know why that open anymore. Close that. And close that. Okay. Seems to be better. So those hibernated tabs, I'm guessing, were actually causing quite a bit of ruckus, despite being hibernated. I don't understand how that happens. But yeah, I'm switching browsers, I think. Plus, it's open source, right? So if I wanted to, I could technically contribute to it. But that is a whole other kind of worms. No response yet. So... Anyway. So, yeah, so one idea is to have function call syntax like this. Okay, actually, let me not change that. Just like this. So when you call a function, you do it like that. So like if I want to echo something, I do it like that, right? If I do add, if you add a b, and then I can do brackets, right, for more certain argument things. The thing is, the commas are useful just for like separation. Because like I want some separation for variables that isn't just white space, but I don't know if that's just because I'm too accustomed to white space. But no, I don't think so. It's more that for a list, you expect a list to be separated. Because like otherwise, for like stuff after like game, like what, like let's say FPS equals 60, but like in brackets, and like full screen equals false in brackets. Like, I have this, or I have more, just better, just this, and then I have this, right? Also, this is everywhere, is not nice. And then I have this. And then I have, for like printing, like print line, for instance, which is like this, right? Print line, hello world. I don't know why I haven't ever seen a language have this syntax before. Am I tripping? I guess it's like they just do this, right? But like, if I need an argument list, I want an argument list. You know? Like not add 5, 2, like add, call add with 5 and 2. Like it kind of goes back to what I was doing before with this syntax here. Add 3 and 5, print foo with 3 bar. Like I was kind of like experimenting with this, right? But like just have print with foo, substring of and hello, and then like have comma start equals this, length equals this, you know? Substring of Straustrup start equals 3, length equals 4. Functions that are complete. Yeah, but what completes them? Functions are complete. What completes them? The call. So, blah, blah, blah. Because it makes the syntax make sense. If a function is incomplete, then a function call is what completes it. So I want the function call to be explicit. I'm kind of like switching between like three different things right now. So add 5 and 2. Boom. Or just 5 plus 2. Yeah, I find that's pretty good, right? Substring of Straustrup, right? And let's say I just want the start equals 2, length equals 4. So I get routes. Length is highlighted for some reason. Don't know why. Also for abbreviations. God, like the psychology of abbreviations is so interesting. Because like, yes, you can translate len to length, you know, personally. like to yourself, but at the same time, there's just something about abbreviations that disconnects it, you know? Like at some point you stop seeing len as a length and more as its own entity, such that when you do see length again, you think like, huh? Like you subconsciously treat them as two different things. I don't know if that's true, but that's like kind of my anecdote, my anecdotal hypothesis, right? Like it just it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Assuming you aren't supporting currying, your functions can either be completely unapplied or fully applied. Currying. Currying or partial application. IDK, the correct term here. Would work like substring of Straustrup with starts equals at. Creates a function of x to substring of Straustrup by start equals x. The issue with using a colon is that like this then looks kind of weird. It's fine though. You can even make the function call syntax do something like this. So you feed it arguments, and then the thing just looks like less strange. But then you have this, right, which is the issue for multi-line. It just doesn't work. Because like it just looks weird to have that. It's the same reason I don't like doing this or like this. Like I'm not a fan of that. Also, this is that. Yeah, sorry, so game. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of that. Alternatively, you could also have like different ways of calling a function. Like instead of that, what if it was like $ print line to call a function? Or like, I don't know, bro, exclamation mark print line to call a function. I mean, honestly, exclamation mark ain't too bad either. I am kind of using it for something else anyway right now though. That is the caveat. Print line, hello world, print lines. But like that's like the call syntax, right? Like however you want to do it. Oh my days! Bro, software pisses me off. I need to become a cracked programmer so I can just make software good, because I'm dying right now, bro. X, Y, X plus Y. What are the languages where functions are not variables? Even in C, functions are variables. Oh, the Java, yes. Yeah, that you call with boom, which is what I'm referring to. Point is, explicit call syntax equals good. Whether that be boom, 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 or IDK. I'm experimenting. I feel like going too deep into the syntax would make the language needlessly complicated. Unless there's a nice solution. Like if let's say you had a function that could like reverse a struct, for instance, right? So like reverse struct, like reverse params of at and concatenates. Actually, yeah. That's why my language. God, I'm not using that fucking arrow. I don't know why I keep doing that. The language should be unpokeable. Every poke should have an explanation, you know? But like a proper one that is actually satisfactory. What the fuck? Is it crazy if I'm gonna joke in my group chat, I'm gonna kill Mark Zuckerberg. Like I low key have to in the same message say that is a joke, because like there have been people who've gotten in legal trouble for saying like, Netanyahu, please bomb my school so I don't have exams. Like someone got in trouble for that in a private group chat. You know, and I got sentenced to prison for it. So like, you better be careful, man. You can't just say shit these days. You can't just say shit these days. I mean, it's stupid because like the legal system shouldn't fucking prosecute you if you can justify it as a joke anyway. But alas, this is the society we are in. Apparently, was it in America even? I hope it was in America, because if it was like anywhere else, I'm scared, bro. I'm scared. So function call syntax. So interestingly, parens kind of suck for function call syntax in the long run, which means they also suck for just about anything but grouping expressions, for sub-expressions. If this is the function call syntax, then it will also be constructor syntax, what sucks about them is how they they suck in a language that has significant white space because they are not needed. and therefore are just redundant. Right, like if I have my C int main, right, and I put hello world versus Haskell define main, well, this isn't Haskell, but define main is a function. You just put hello world. Are we evolving, chat? Are we evolving? Abs of a tan 2 x y. Maybe enforce parens here. And support or with piping we have a tan 2 of x and y pipe into abs. That's what I want, something to differentiate function calls from function passing. Doesn't have to be boom. Haskell a tan 2 xy piped into abs at one tuple as an argument. So with GHC's block arguments extension and the use of denotation, you can actually use them as ad hoc parentheses. That's crazy. To be fair, in FG, it's clear G is being passed and F is being called due to positions. Yeah, but it's implicit. I know the programmer can deduce it, but I've always found it to be annoying anyway. Forcing it to be separate makes it, removes that friction. Also, how do you also, the separation is important for named arguments without parens. I'm debating whether to have var args or just use arrays. The other issue though is but then function calls still look like variables. If you forgo var args, you can have zero arg functions that call their own you can give zero arg functions their own core syntax without any weird side effects. How does someone call a function in a condition? That's why it may be better. If foo are las. This means, dude, I love this server. I feel at home, you know. For once. So then we use this syntax, right? Now, okay, no, that's fine. Because like here, the highlighting actually makes it red. I was just saying, because if it's not red, then it's annoying. But if it is red, it's very clear. We're adding 5 and 2, substring of, structure, and then we have like our argument list, right? Which is fine. And then if you want to do like that plus something, so like let's say I want to do substring, so like let's say I want to do add 5 and 2 plus 5, 4, or whatever, right? I would have to sub this like so. Which may look weird, but at the same time, like, I feel like we're spoiled by this. Right? I think this is actually valid as well. Some kind of march going on? I hope it's not like another reform march. I saw a lot of white people, old men, so I don't know. Not to be, what's the word? I can't think of it. I'm just too pure. I can't think of bad words. In my language, all functions will equally evaluate in place, so map f blah blah will fail as f is coupled with your parameters here, which creates a type error. If you do map hashtag f. I want this to be a function closure. This also comes with added sugaring for partial application and closure conversion. Map add 4, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Huh? I don't know. I mean, it's fine for this, I guess. But like for me, I want to, because, especially because I want to have the named arguments, I don't like that. You can make this the syntax when it's called a co-operator that calls f with g, but both f and g are passed into exclamation mark. So you get add. I still need the separator between the identifier and the args though, for named args. What even prompted this thought? Oh, what even prompted this thought? Like, why did I even think about this? I don't understand. Oh, because of this, right? Yeah, that's annoying. So, if we require this, and then you have avoids equals this. And then if you use a space, there's no trailing comma needed, which is quite handy, I think. Does it mean that everything that looks like a macro in Rust? Yes. Is that my fault? No. That's just Rust, so Rust programmers can suck it and adjust to this instead. Not to be mean. Yeah. So return is not a function. It's a keyword. Okay, so require, not to enter 0, and then void equals 0. Require, and you're calling it, right? You're calling it. And then same thing here. Now, the big question that was on my mind, and maybe you have also realized, is, Kojo, what about function, what about anonymous functions, right? How do you define a function then, if you don't use brackets as for a list? Well, that's a great question. First of all, yet another reason to use the arrow for return type. Let me do this here. So Haskell again. I don't want to keep saying it out loud. Meow. Me as fuck. So we'll do define, def, add. Let's have add. We'll call it add 3. Okay, let's do this in order. Let's do this in order. So first you have print, right? So we'll have say hello, which is equals a function. That's a keyword, right? So now we have no list here, and it's simply print line hello. Okay, then we have define add 3, or say hello 2, let's say. So then we have a function with one argument, right? So it'd be a function. Yeah. So now what, right? So now we have fn. How do we do this, right? Like, do we have fn? What's the list here? The list would be just a name, right? So name of type string, right? And then print line hello name. And then if we have define again, say hello 2, or say 2, and then we have a function name string, but also a message string. Then we do print line message and name. Now, what do we notice? Fn and has a list of arguments, but there's no separator between the fn and the arguments, which can get a bit confusing. And you don't want fn to be the exception that takes brackets, right? Because the idea is that if you wanted to, you could make this multi-line, like so. But then there's a question of like, then there's a question of you have this here, right? That's also not ideal, to be fair. That actually makes it a lot more interesting now. Yeah, how would you? So one thing that's always bothered me is that how not nice it is, like in any language, to have multiple arguments across different lines. Like if I want to do function name string, you know, and like message string, you know, like that's chill. Maybe even require the exclamation mark. Yeah, I don't like that though. Or maybe have FN just be capitalized so it stands out. Actually, that does a lot. That does a surprising amount. Maybe it's enough even. I'll come back to this, but then we have this, right? Like then where, like this looks fine for like a function, whatever. But like, where does the body go? You know, and like return type of whatever. In fact, make this add. Right, with A and B, which are both, let's say, I32. And the result and return type is I32 as well. Like, where does the body go? Like, do you do it like this, and then like return A plus B? But that looks really weird. Like, really, you then want to have a third indentation? Do you do this? But like that's just a makeshift way of having indentation. Like it should be here for all, by all means. You do this. I guess this is the correct answer. So if we have this function, if we have this function, and we want to split it across multiple lines, then we need this. I guess it's not a problem, is it? I mean, like it's the same thing in C++, and it's why it's the reason, literally, that I use these, that I do this. The only reason I still do this in C++ is so that if I do have arguments that come down like this, you know, like whatever, int argc char argv. The only reason I do this is because then there's separation here. Otherwise, it's like, do I do this here? Like no, like I want like this at that point. Or like, do I put this here, and then like this goes here, but then like my code looks weird there. Like it's the reason I do this in C++. So, and that allows me to then have like return type here maybe. And like don't get me wrong, like it still looks weird, you know. Because we have this massive gap, right? And like this is just annoying because like this has to be in the end here. Like this as well is an option, and that's what I'm doing here. So I don't know. I mean, I guess pick your poison, right? I just don't like how there's a mandatory indent. I'm not a fan of that. You could also like remove the indentation, so it's just like that. But that causes other issues. Have like some other separation, like I don't know, like that. Equal sign. this is actually quite interesting. Having a mandatory, I mean not well no, it should be mandatory. Having a space between here. But then like the body just comes disconnected and looks weird as well. I mean, the comment isn't too bad, but like, do you like obviously you don't want people to have to use comments to separate. Or maybe you do. Maybe they have like some kind of syntax rule that blocks stay together despite having like lines between them by using that. Because like what one issue I've had with white space languages is that if I have like a, I don't know, what's a C++ program that I can think of, or a function, or like say I have like int main define main with my args, which are like an array of strings, let's say. You know, and it's like if args dot length equals 0, then return, and like print line arg1 and then like I don't know, right? But like, point is like all of this is one function block, but with a significant white space, it just looks like they're disconnected. You know, like even with the indentation, they look disconnected. And I've had that issue with like Haskell as well. But with Haskell, I don't like separating things because it just looks hard. Like it just looks confusing. Free from desire. Freedom. So, well, what we're thinking of. Yeah, so I can actually find an example here. If I go to my GitHub. So clearly my tabs were definitely causing issues. In fact, can I open a new window now? No. So Vivaldi is bugged. Whatever, right? So if I look for perfect Haskell, Like, the main reason I've not liked significant whitespace languages in the past is because of, like, notice how all of this is in one. Okay, well, that's an instance. Like, see how, like, I have these comments here? Like, I added those because I didn't like how these three things look like different, like, disconnected blocks, right? I mean, to be fair, like, climb index here, like, looks... No, but even, like, this looks disconnected from this. Like, this, like, as a unit, looks like it's connected to this. Well, no, it doesn't. Like these look like two separate blocks. And then these look like two separate blocks within each other as well. Like, would you know that all of these all still belong to clamp? Like, you would because of the indentation, but for some reason, just with the human eyesight, it doesn't look like that. Especially if you were to remove this comment and then, like, convert would also, like, connect to that. It would just look weird. I don't know if I have any examples where they don't. Like here? Well, no, not here. It's like the way, like, if it just snakes forward. Okay. Like, if there's just some way to signify connection in a different way, it would also mean that you have to justify putting an extra space there as opposed to it just being stylistic, right? So I feel like if you were forced to put something that says this is connected, right? Whether it be in line or whatever, probably in line, right? Then this is like a block. I'm wondering if this would solve the issues. The issue people generally have with significant white space. Which is that blocks with extra new lines look disconnected. Whereas if you force users to insert a glue, it's much easier on the eyes. Looks like a scratch, now that I think about it. Now, what does this glue look like? That is the real question. Sorry, I got same language. I'll probably end up. Okay, that and punctuation exist from before the current set of langs became popular. Turn my light on. Abuse it such that ambiguous nesting is commonplace. Yeah, ambiguous nesting. Tab spaces will break parsing. Pacing code will break indentation. Pasting code will break indentation. That happens anyway, but yeah, like, is lateral not literally an issue regardless anyway? Oh, in general, tactics will break parsing. The PL can't align them. I understand. Oh. What if you just use tabs? Because that's what I'm planning to do. Because, you know, tabs can be customized. Alignment will cause problem with tabs. I like tabs over spaces since users can customize the width. So it's an accessibility feature. To be fair, okay, now I'm not saying I like IDE dependent code, but just saying an IDE could also fill in these gaps. Just saying. I wonder why none of them I've seen do that, but like they could just. Well, actually, I can say do. Do they? Hold on. Look at GitHub. Like GitHub doesn't, but like I think like VS Code, for instance, would actually put lines here to show they're on the same thing. I mean, like it just means that you don't have to do like fucking ASCII art, right? Cause like what if I wanted to then change this, right? Hmm. So like, let's say I have this symbol instead. But then I feel like I should have this everywhere, you know? That's weird. Like, why is there a line here but not here, you know? Like, it doesn't show it in the code view. Like, I mean, to be fair, this is fine. Yeah, no, because this, yeah, this is fine. Because the IDE actually shows it. Like, it shows a line. So if I had two functions here, you know, it'd be a bit harder for me to be confused because I have the lines. Um, also, these are comments, right? And you don't really want to comment your code. And that's like you have to. Like you just want the separator. So like it require that you have like a hashtag thing or something like that. I don't know. Like some separator that's different from comments that separates the lines. But still like connects them. I don't know how it look. Like this maybe. That's weird. I mean, it should be transparent as well, or like translucent. Sorry, like grayed out comments are. We remove this in as highlighting for a second. That looks fine. This relies on what do they call ligatures? There we go. These rely on ligatures, and they're too far forward. These would work. Okay. This would work better if it wasn't indented. But then it's like, where's the thing here? You know. Let's press that. Can I even complain about this? Like, it's tedious. Why am I pasting code like that? Okay, no, that's not it. The lines work best, you know. If only there's like a fucking down arrow symbol. It's like we have this. Here we go, scratch programming. So I can't really justify having these as comments, by the way, because like it closes it, but that's not like this ain't OCaml. As much as I love them, like it just doesn't make sense to have that. Comments should just be line to line. Yeah. So my only issue with this is that it uses the same syntax I want comments to use, right? And those comments use a different symbol, but maybe I just don't have comments at all. But no, there should be. This is incredibly important. Yeah, so I mean, in the earlier stages of my language's design, True's design, I was thinking about having equals, like the double arrow, but it just creates an issue with how the arrow literally points to the void, and I don't like that. Like it just points into the void when you have something below it. To make functions defined by define add. Hmm. To be defined, say to colon equals this time a hashtag function. I don't know, bro. Function name string. Should be like this though. Name of type string, message of type string, and then arrow print line. Message name. I just really fucking hate the arrow, bro. I can't get over it. I mean, this is goofy because of the arrow. Like, we have 2 arrows here. Why is function return type so hard, man? I honestly, I could just have like a mandatory results parameter. It's not a bad idea. And then you can like, but then like it pushes to the stack and everything. Like, I don't want to do that. I mean, it doesn't, but like. Or have like a return, I guess. A, B, return, I32. But then you have like this. Like in one line, for like a one-liner, it'd be like define, add a function with A, B, return I32? No, like this. It's like, well, I mean, the return type is definitely giving me issues. I-32. I can't use do though, because do has to be for. Do is for block. Like, the colon right now is used for blocks. Like that's kind of the whole point. So like it'd be everything. It'd be everything. Oh my god! Please, please, spare me. There's like a marching band in like uniform. I'd be surprised if it's like a unionist or like a something march. Although I know that that's coming up. Liverpool march today. Liverpool parade today. July 26, July 11. Annual Orange Lodge parades. It's not Pride, is it? No, yeah, it's Northern Ireland. Okay, yeah, it is Northern Ireland. It was William of Orange defeated Catholic King James. Yeah. Wow. I knew about that. I forgot it was literally today. Is it the 11th today? I thought it was like on the. Actually, yeah. I guess I forgot the date. Okay. Cool. Module.t.y.0. Yeah. You know, return types are fake anyway. So if you, okay, I need to piss really badly, but I'm gonna think about function call syntax. was saying how like Haskell gets away with having the type be separate, but like it's not necessarily true though. Like in Haskell, you can make it inline. It just kind of sucks to make it inline. Having double colon for type descriptions is verbose. It is useful though. Say for hashtag, I mean, it doesn't fix the return type problem. Like the return type has to be a separate syntax. Man, jank. Like, pick your poison, you know? So then suppose we do hashtag, sorry. I mean, it looks fine. The colon looks fine. It's just a bit like weird having it on one line. It's like we're gonna do like, are you gonna have like a rule where like it must be 2? You must have 4 in a row. This is fine. It really is fine. So we have this then. Now I'm not liking this. I'm not liking the lack of separation between these. Now in Haskell you have the backslash, right? But my issue with that is that I never like how it binds to X kind of. But then they have like a space for Y. Like it just looks weird to me. So for an anonymous function, let's say I want to return this function. So fn x which is x plus 3, and then apply that to 5, right? So I'm calling this function on 5. Our return 5 piped onto a function x plus 3. No, it seems to be called anyway. By my language's own rules. And then so I have like a special pipe that specifically calls it, but then that only works for single arguments. So I'm not a huge fan of that. Not a fan of that at all, really. And anyway, you can just do this. So. Yeah, these are equivalent. I mean, with the syntax highlighting, you know, it does definitely help this. Yeah, I guess that's fine. This is wrong. Change that. So I'm calling game on my game. The vector 2, x and y. Yeah. Generally speaking, I'm happy with this. I think it is better than what I had before, which was this, right? So then it does mean for a few changes. Fn, I mean, I'll probably keep it lowercase. So I have a function now, that's that, and then this becomes this. This changes rapidly, drastically. So this becomes function u32, 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 and then fvar, fn. Now this gets really funky because I have anonymous, which is a keyword, so it kind of blends into this, right? Unless I have, I mean, I could just require this, right? Like literally just have require separation via this, because this symbol right now is used for enums, like it doesn't need to be. So like a function is literally just like has a very clear separation. And then far less issues, I feel. Why does it look weird to me? Is it just highlighting? I mean, the highlighting is not doing any favors here. It's still in Lua. Let me change to Haskell. It's just hard to read. It's hard to read. Let me try this without this highlighting. So a function ab colon then it just looks weird because like the pipe is just like it's so harsh, you know, like, it's just thrown in there so harshly. It feels like that even, but that's not much better. Or like a backslash. I mean, because like I have type as well, right? Type. So that's also going to be a thing. Like the good thing about having the braces is that there's a clear start. Like the end doesn't matter for this language because the end will be a new line or whatever, but the start is quite useful. Even like this then? Honestly, not a bad idea. Let me bring the highlights real quick. So consider this. I reuse a brace. Also, I'm realizing this is going to mess with my type parameters. I mean, type parameters I can say just still use square brackets, I guess. And then you can't make those multi-line though, that is the drawback. But you really shouldn't have more than like 2 anyway, in practice. But yeah, I was thinking you could reuse a bracket, but then just not have it terminate. Which looks a bit weird if you like, that's it. Like it's an brace that doesn't close. But the issue with that then is that like you very much expect it to close, so that kind of fucks with your brain. But even just something like this, like function, right, and then like having this. That looks way better already than the pipe. The issue is just that it uses a parentheses, which can be confusing. Is it like a non? Yeah, like having the pipe just like that. Like it looks good here, but then like this space here bothers me because there's no space here. So like, do you have to put space here as well? It's just so janky. Really, this is what you want, but then you have 2 conflicting things. Because I have this, and then the body is also a thing. Right, like this. Look at that. It's ass. Unless I do it like this. But then this is an issue, because like the type's here now. Like what? Then how do I annotate my type? Like I just can't. Unless I do this. So I can put the type optionally, but then I have to do 2 arrows like that. Or just have that and then do this for type instead. But then like it makes a function body not feel like a function body. Like then I can't like how do I justify not using arrows literally everywhere? I can't. Like this is really clean. This is really clean. It's just like, where do we go from here? Like, it's missing a body. And you add the body with this. But then we're reusing syntax. A do keyword. Now there's, semicolon. Do we finally have use for semicolon? Maybe that's it. Maybe a semicolon can. So I have a function a b a plus b. Small talk. Let's have a look at small talk. I've looked at it before, but like not that deeply. What's this? That's for assignment? This is declaration? No types though. Constant, constant, constant. No. What? Okay, I mean, I'm not reading that stuff. Remainder is backslash. That's kind of based. Based on what? There's dot to end lines. No need. Why the fuck is that highlighted like that? What in the world? Is this small talk? I thought it'd be like more like Java like. This is not what I remember looking at last time. X more than 10, if false, if true. I might take a bigger look into that at some point. That's crazy. Wait, does WaterFox have vertical tabs? Thank God. No spaces. I wonder why. Maybe it's like a... It's a symbol for how tight it is. Wait, there's a browser within the browser. It doesn't work, never mind. Funny. What is quant, by the way? I've been like largely ignoring these search engines, alternatives to Google, but that's because Google is like kind of important. It is on Linux. Yeah, it would be. Surely it's on Linux. Oh, okay. I'm gonna look into this later. Yeah, so I think semicolons are the way to go here. Because like what I need is another colon, and so I have the semicolon. Boom. The downside is that it more like implies, it means that there are a list of arguments, right? Otherwise, an empty function, like a void function, would look like this. When it doesn't need to. But like that could be a special grammar rule, you know? For the sake of things being nice. It's a very small compromise. Um, there was a reason I didn't use semicolons for type annotations. Like, I would have done this, but I just decided against it. I think I just prefer the hashtag to it because like it has actual meaning. Semicolon just mean like to me just means like pause. So like function, pause, take our argument 23232. Like it's fine. It's fine. So also as I was saying, with these, right, with template parameters, it would actually have to be bracketed. So let me get this, like that. But like then you know maybe then just have an empty box. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Okay, it's frozen. Like, so I'm sorry. There was no indication that it was reloading. You know, help me out here, Discord. Because I reserve for comp time including type parameters. Yeah, so then you have like define adds a function which takes t of type integer a of type t, b of type t, a plus b, add to t, a plus b. Like then, like it just naturally works, you know? And it'd be weird to have a rule like use fn semicolon args unless there are no args, unless there's comp time args, in which case use fn args unless there are no args, in which case use fn There's just like no reason to fucking have an empty numbness function. Oh no, sorry, but like yeah, void functions. Or suck it up and just have a space between fn. I don't like it, bro. I don't like it. I don't like it. And there has to be the fn, right? There has to be. Because otherwise, first of all, parsing will be a nightmare, but also how do you do like a void function then? Like you can't really. Like I don't want the language to rely so heavily on syntax highlighting that the language becomes low-key unreadable when you don't have it. It's just like if I define an anonymous function, like do I really want to specify that there are no template like comp time arguments? Probably not. Then again, Actually, yeah. And to be fair, it's no different from acquiring people are just more used to oh boy. The lake house. No, this is not the place I've been to then. That's in Qatar. Okay. I hate being scared that like this whole thing's just gonna fall apart. But I'm gonna keep my chin up. Yeah, like, Lua is not it, bro. Wow. This has proven to be quite the undertaking. Designing a language that I am happy with. I mean, hey, I set my own standards. So that means that I can now use normal parentheses for this, which just looks more natural. This would be just a function. It'd be called main. Yeah, look at that. Oh shit. Actually, no, it's fine. So it's like this, right? Ooh, we have a problem. Get program args exclamation mark dot at 0. Granted, I'm already for example, nothing. You can't really pipe this. Yeah, you can't pipe this because it's just a white space. Fx.y is ambiguous. We're calling f with x.y. Yeah. I mean, look, you could separate the lines, right? So you get program args exclamation mark, right? And then you have dot at 0. Or you could do in brackets at 0. That's just weird, isn't it? Dot at 0. Not much better. A space, dot, and then at 0. It's verbose. Because how about the normal case where I just have like game dot x, you know, like player dot x, right? Well, that's no good. Or maybe... Yeah, I suppose it's fine. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Anyway, could be f called with x. I would likely enforce a space after anyway. So you get f x dot y. And the latter makes sense, yeah. X dot y. I mean, it just makes that easier, doesn't it? Otherwise you have f of x and then you have a deck dot y. I don't want to go to the pub though to watch football because like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a bit lame if you know to go with, you know. I'll just kind of cheer my own in my own room as I watch England beat Norway. On the bright side, if England make it to the finals, I'll be able to watch that with my family in Spain. But if England loses, then it's going home. So we'll see. Yeah, there's really no way to get around this, so that's fine. That's fine. I'm hungry. I need to eat. Okay, well, I'm gonna finish up for here. Also, I realized there's such a detour. Like I was really doing my thing on errors, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I'm gonna come back to this later, but this is what we're going with, right? Where you require 3 is not 0. And then just like that. We'll see how long this lasts. I'm inclined to keep it. I am inclined to keep it. Yep, so hey, subscribe to see more developments on the language, and yeah, so it's interesting, isn't it? True. It's called True. That's the big takeaway today. The language is called true, and I will focus. Like, the thing is, right, I don't focus too much on the syntax. Like, the syntax doesn't really matter that much. That's not true. It does matter, but like, what matters more is not what the syntax allows, but rather what the language wants to do. So like, the syntax should bend to the type system, the error system, like those should inform the syntax. The syntax should not inform the features. So I really need to focus more on just like the core features. The issue is it's just hard to kind of communicate features without syntax, which is why focus on the features, and then the syntax will come from that, right? So, like today, I guess, happened with that. Because like the whole reason that I even noticed that in the first place was because I was like, this require statement looks weird if I have to put it across multiple lines. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. And yeah. It'll be an interesting language. True.